Let's try this. It says I'm live. Am I live? Alright. If I am live and you're watching this, don't expect this part to be super exciting. This is just me having not done this in a year, trying to get everything organized and straightened out and working again. So, one of the first things I'm doing is trying to get this embedded chat in OBS to work, which is quite the fail right now. Quite broken. Close it and see if I can use the docs menu on the menu bar to get it back. Okay? Chat. But does it work? No. Totally useless. Totally useless. Even if it's docked, it's totally useless. Okay? So the chat has to be up here. Pop out chat. That's cool. Sounds good. Pop the chat out. Bring it down here. Hey, got my chat popped out there. I'm gonna put that there. I have this here, like that, and that there. Oh, this is starting to look pretty good. Okay. And so you're gonna hear my child in the background. He's gonna be my live streaming guest today. And I think we have it. So I am going to, let's see, microphone's on. Yep, I think we got it. So I'm going to turn this keyboard on here. Like that. Probably sounded horrendous. I have my cross stitch kit here. So I will need my scissors. I will need my needles. That's all I need from that right now. Put that over here. That also probably sounds ferocious. I have my colors. And today we are going to be stitching this mask. And so I have a pattern over here on the left, and you can see if I zoom out here, I've got both sides of the pattern mapped out and ready to go. So I'm going to be starting on this one, on this side here, which is the Campers Preview Weekend part of the mask. The trick to the masks is, I guess I don't need these headphones on, so let's get these off. The headphones were hiding my crazy hair though, so those are going back on just the instant I can. But when I put the mask on, I need to make sure, because it doesn't sit like, I kind of want the writing to be level. And so, find a straight edge here. When I'm just standing here, you know, like if this text were on here, I'd want it to be kind of like that, right? That it looks level when I'm just sitting here. Yeah, well, that failed miserably. Yeah, I don't know. Really comfortable mask, though. How do I... So... It's not out of level. Like if it's level with this back portion here, like if this were to continue this way before it swoops up for my nose. So let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so that's okay. So this, you can see this line here. See how it continues, it swoops up for the nose, but if I maintain level with that, so the reason I'm doing all this is because I have this water soluble, let me put the headphones back on to hide the crazy hair, sorry. Hey, look, now I'm respectable again. And I apologize for the 3-year-old in the background. Cooper! Hey, buddy! Hi, buddy! Can you wave? There you go. So this water-soluble fabric, you stitch it, and then when you wash it, it dissolves, and it lets you stitch onto traditionally non-stitchable things. Also, I drink coffee when I cross-stitch. So that's just something that you'll have to get used to. Okay. Now, I want to know the size of this so that I can get it all centered up. So what I do is I take my lasso here, I look up here and it says it's 35 by 26. So let's just make sure I even have enough room on the mask, yeah? So we'll count these little squares. From the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Yeah, so we're going to have enough. So let's start by just, well, it's what, 26 down? Let's make sure, like what I want to do is I want to just cut this off. So let's make sure I'm not setting myself up for failure if I do that. I want at least 26 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So, cut this off. This stuff's expensive, so I just try to use as little of it as possible so I can... Yep. Okay. All right. I think if I just put it right here like this, I'll be in good shape. So this is parallel. The big thing is to get this grid. I'll hold it up here for you. But the grid on this is to get the grid parallel to this upper seam. And what I do for that is pretty straightforward. I just am going to tack it in place with a few stitches that I'll remove later. I don't need a ton of floss right now. Just enough to kind of get it into place. And then of course, cross stitch floss, I presume so much. Cross stitch floss comes in strands of 6, and I only want 3. Many people will claim that 2 is better because it makes it look more like an X, which is fine if you're into that kind of thing, but I prefer my cross stitch stitches to look like little pixels. I don't like them to look like X's. You know, the X's. I prefer them to look like dots of color, pops of color, instead of little X's of color. It also makes sure you can't see the fabric or the substrate behind it, which is another aesthetic choice that I like. So we'll get this threaded up here, like thus. And we will kind of pinch this here. We will get this tacked in. It's always a bit of a trick coming through the back on these, because on normal cross stitch fabric you can see the holes through the back, but when you're using this fabric, obviously you can't, or this water soluble stuff, you can't see the holes through the back. So we're going to get one corner. This isn't a true cross stitch, this is just a knot. Just making a really basic knot. I always keep a pair of tweezers handy so that I can reach through and tie things easier. Makes it way easier. Okay. Knot it again. We're listening to, not Paw Patrol, we're listening to a guy narrate Paw Patrol stories in the background. So if you have a kid that watches YouTube Kids, I suspect you have seen this as well. Okay. So now I've tacked this one corner just with a little knot that is not, especially complicated. And now I'm going to get this nice and level here so that this seam here is level with this edge here. Scoot forward a little bit here so I can try to keep this more centered. So let's grab my needle. We will go right here. And we'll stitch this. This is all, it's all in the prep work, right? So this is the equivalent, I would say, this is the equivalent of getting the fabric into your hoop and all tensioned and ready. So a little bit of time getting this prepared and ready to go will save dividends in the future. And this tacking will become less and less relevant as I do the stitching, because the stitching itself will hold the hold this kind of water-soluble substrate on to the mask. Okay. These are my, so let's line up my colors here. This is what we're eventually going to be using. They're cool. They're called like satin or something. They're really sweet. And then the white, obviously, as an accent there. What a messy, cluttered work area. Goodness me. Let's be a little less embarrassing here. Okay. Although I do like, I'm going to keep a little scrap pile here just so you can see how many trimmings and whatnot you get. Okay. And then, honestly, I think maybe one here, just down in the center. I think I'll just do one more down in the center. I don't want to go crazy, just because it's wasted effort. Because the instant we start stitching, like I said, it'll kind of take care of itself. I guess I should say also, so when you've got this, the instant you pick it up, you're starting to stretch and put torsion and stuff on the fabric. So when you're laying this out, you want everything nice and flat without any stresses or anything on it. So you push it nice and flat like that, and then you put your needle where you're going to put your stitch, like that. Now if you lift up, it doesn't matter, because the needle is already where it needs to be. Yep. Then you poke through the back, somewhere where you hope it'll be nearby. There it is. Then you tie this knot. Again, press it down flat. There we go. The day I discovered tweezers for cross-stitching was a glorious day. I don't understand people who do it without tweezers. If you're running out of thread or something, or you need to poke an extra hole, or kind of... The needle is okay, right? Like, use your needle for a lot of it, but having tweezers has more than once proven itself. All right, there we go. So that is all just left over. You can't really see off to the side here, though. I have lengths of floss. Here, I'll kind of drag it into frame here. See that? I have lengths of floss over here that I'll get back to. And so actually, since I have them there, maybe I'll start with this 2022. So right now, I have aligned my grid. So I know that when I stitch this, it'll be parallel to this seam. Now it's all a matter of where to stitch it, like where on the mask do I want it. So on the pattern here, you can see I kind of just plopped it on there. But if we want to be really rigid about how we do this and follow the pattern, I have it kind of centered vertically. Like if you look at the gap above the C and the gap below the 2022, it's centered vertically. I don't know how to do this without like a ton of really irritating counting. So let's just, for the purposes of this let's just start here at where this stitch is up here. So probably going to end up zooming in on this camera. So I'm going to start where this stitch is here and count down and see where that gets us. And then I'll measure, and then I'll decide how many rows below this stitch I need to begin. So starting, we'll assume that this row is 0. We'll go 1, 2, well, first I got to remember how many I'm doing. 30 something, I think. 26 high. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So now what I'm going to do to mark 26 is I am just going to put a little snip there. Okay. That'll help me remember, okay? And then again, I'm being pretty pedantic and technical about this, but ultimately it's a mask on your face and people will see it, but they're not going to study the bloody thing. So, okay, so that looks like I come down actually pretty darn close to here. That's probably, honestly, if I start, okay, so that snip is right, that snip is right here, which is close to this seam. If I move out to about here, I've got about 1/2 inch there and a 1/2 inch there. So I think I want to start 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 5th hole in, with that as my top. Okay, I can do that. So let's start, just to be safe, because I was so close to the top there, I'm going to come down another couple of holes. No one likes surprises. I don't want to get to the end of this and realize, uh-oh, I don't have enough room on the top. I don't have a row up there, okay? So of course I've lost my needle. I'm serious right now. Oh, it's under the tweezers. Okay. We're going to thread up some white, and we're going to do the 2022. I'll grab this piece of floss we had hanging out here. Okay. So what did we say? We said we want to go a few rows below the snip, and we want to come 5 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 6 just to be friendly. Go 1, 2 rows down. We'll do 3. Perfect. So this is where we're going to start. And from here, once we put in this first stitch, everything is defined. So everything will be built off of this framework. And this is the bottom left of the 2. So if you look at the pattern here, what I'm stitching here is the bottom. We'll zoom way in here. The stitch I just put in is this bottom of this 2. So I'm going to do 4 across and then back. Okay. And it's, oh man, it's been so long since I've stitched on something other than Ada fabric. Yikes. Okay. So then you want to trap this tail on the back. Knots are no good. We don't like knots. So you always use the loops you create when you're stitching to trap the tail on the back. One of those people that usually, like, I consider the back of the cross stitch just as important as the front. And so you'll see me flipping things over a lot. Apparently, after watching some other people cross stitch, that's not normal. But I was self-taught, so I never, literally every technique that I have is something I've just kind of derived over time, and constantly flipping back and forth May not make for good live streaming, but it makes for a beautiful back to the cross stitch. So this is going to be harder because I, don't have the holes on the back. So there's going to be a certain amount of messiness just generally with this technique, but it's okay. It's the nature of the beast. Trim off that tail. And then this is the 4th half stitch for the bottom of this too. And then we're going to head back and we're going to complete these stitches. Yeah, see, I'm just kind of trying to feel my way from the back of the fabric. Figure out where the needle needs to come through. There it is. So this can definitely take longer. At least for me. I'll bet you there are people that are like super good and practiced at feeling from the back where the needle needs to come through. It's just not something I normally do. Normally I flip it over and look at the back. There it is. It's the 2nd mask I've ever stitched. The first was when I lost my job right at the beginning of COVID, and I was like, well, unemployed and cross-stitching and COVID, a mask just kind of made the most sense. Things to stitch. Okay, so what I have now, if you look, let's see how close I can get to the camera without sacrificing focus. Ooh, really darn close. Look at that. Okay, so those 4 little stitches there are the bottom of the first 2 in 2022. So, let's work our way up the 2. When I do my stitches, I always do forward slashes and then come back over them with back slashes. I'm sure you could do any number of different approaches, but that is what I've chosen. You definitely want to be consistent though, like on any given piece. You want to do forward slashes and then back slashes, or back slashes and then forward slashes for everything. Otherwise it'll look really kind of janky. Janky's the official term. Okay. I'll bet you by the end of this mask I'll be really good at feeling my way from the back of the fabric. Another part of what I'm doing here, I have no idea how long it actually takes me to cross stitch things. I've never timed myself. But I am doing an event, CPW at MIT, CPW 2022. I'm doing an event where I will be responsible for completing a cross stitch in a given amount of time. And I need to come up with a pattern that is achievable in that amount of time. And I just have no sense of what that would be and how long it would take. So I'm kind of timing this as a worst case scenario because it's likely as slow as I'll ever stitch because of, not using the Ada fabric. And then I can look and see how long this took per stitch, like seconds per stitch. And then use that to kind of come up with how many stitches I'm allowed for the cross stitch for CPW. Close. There it is. So now I'm doing the half stitches for the top of the 2. So I've done 1, that's number 2. This will be number 3. So they're only half stitches now, but that should start to look like a 2. Oh yeah, from that zoomed out camera, that looks great. It looks a little less 2-like when you get up close, but I think one of the things I'm seeing here is that the overhead camera, there's a lot of camera dedicated to this area here, whereas I think I can, here, I wonder if I can do this midstream. Just go for it. So what if I'm gonna need my keyboard for this. Let's pull the keyboard back out. Okay. So I think what I can do, if I want to go crazy here, I can bring that in a little bit, bring that in a little bit, this in a little. I can give some of that back. All right, let's see what that does for a little while. Okay. Oh yeah, that's nice. A little bigger. Okay. So now what I'm doing is I'm completing the stitches. Oi, oi, oi. Where are you? There you are. That's close enough. I'll take that. Oh, sweet. Nailed that one. Okay. So those are the stitches on the top of that too are complete. And there's that one. I'm giving myself a little bit more latitude to jump around on the back here because normally I wouldn't jump across any kind of appreciable gap on the back of the fabric because then you could see the floss or the thread between the like through the holes of the fabric. But because there are no holes in the fabric, the biggest risk you run of jumping around across the back for the mask is it would just kind of tickle your face when you wear the mask. Look, there's a 2. Look at that. That's a 2 right there. I gotta start tempering my expectations of quality here. It's just so different. And I'm usually such a neat freak with regards to stitches and whatnot that with this mask I need to just kind of let some of that go because it'll never be as good as on the actual fabric. So what I'm doing now is I'm tying off. And by tying off I mean never tying, never not, but I'm finishing off this too. So that I can move on to a 0. And now, so I normally like to work from the top of a letter to the bottom. So like ordinarily, if this weren't the first part of this mask, I wouldn't start in this bottom left corner. I would start at the top of the 2 and then work my way down. Now that I have this 2 here as a reference, you'll see me starting at the top of each subsequent number and then going down from that. You'll also notice that once I have this 2022, I'll probably remove this part of the water-soluble stuff because the 2s are actually keeping it in. So I'd get rid of this bottom stitch and kind of clean this up a little. And then honestly, what I'll probably do next is I'll do this top row. After the 2022, I'll do the top, and then the stitches of the actual art will hold this in. So I always count the gaps. So 1, 2, 3, gap of 3. Do you see on the pattern my mouse here? Make it a little bit. Oh, it's as big as it goes. 1, 2, 3 square gap. So I'll go. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. There it is. And just like before, you want to leave a little bit of tail so that you can kind of cinch it in underneath. And we're doing 3 stitches up here. So that's my first loop on the back. And we're going to use that to hold down this tail like that. Gorgeous. It's perfect. Then I'll do another one. Make sure that that's actually under there. It is. Alright, so there's the half stitches for the top of that 2. You can see those 3 little stitches there. Oh, it's not a 2, it's a 0. Shoot. Alright, so that was silly amateur hour mistake. I just assumed I was copying the 2 there. I shouldn't have copied the 2 because I'm not doing a 2, I'm doing a 0. So fortunately I only went 1 unnecessary stitch. So I'll just pull out that stitch. There, now we're back to 2. I gotta rethread my needle. Stitching a 0, not a 2. So now we gotta go down. That guy there. Right there. We're going clockwise around this. I'm going to do 1 more stitch to capture this tail, and then I'll be done. Yeah, maybe another. I know with the white on white back there, you're probably not seeing much of what I'm doing. I apologize. It's just the nature of the beast. Okay, now I can trim this tail off and just stitch unencumbered. There it is. Oh, I trimmed off my, on the camera, I trimmed off my little scrap pile. Where should that live? How about it lives over here? Sure, there it is. More coffee. This cross-stitch corner brought to you by Menards. The company that given me more free coffee cups than any other company. Okay. They had a promotion where if you buy a coffee cup for $1, they would give you a $2 rebate. It's like, I'm not an idiot enough to ignore the implications of this. And so I drove to every Menards in the city like every day and bought 10 coffee cups for $1 each. And then submitted all the rebate things and got $2 back for each of them. And got a couple $100. The unfortunate part of all this is I ended up saddled with a lot of coffee cups that I didn't need. So I kept a few dozen of them, and then the rest of them I sold on Facebook Marketplace. Hear a small child behind me remarking upon whatever he's watching on the computer. Every once in a while, I'll just hear him chuckling to himself down here. Okay, turn into a grown-up. Father and son sitting at our respective computers, doing our things, enjoying our Saturday morning. So this will conclude the half stitches for the 0. I should be able to, yeah, look at that. 0. And it looks really good from a distance. You could just do half stitches, which I think that's what needlepoint is. I mean, needlepoint is bigger, but needlepoint is only half stitches. They don't do the cross stitch. So you can go twice as fast. All right, now we're going back around and we're finishing up the crosses. Part always takes a little longer because the holes I'm coming up through already have floss in them. Typically. Depending on the configuration. Maybe exclusively. I mean, if it's anywhere near another stitch, it will. If it's off on an island, it might not, but... Yeah. Going to Disney World in a year. I wonder, maybe I should do like a Disney cross stitch on before I get there. The thing about cross stitching is unless you have dedicated time to do it, like it's such a time consuming venture that oh, hold on for just a half second here. Let's see. Do this. Unmute that. So now, for whatever reason, Cooper wants pizza. And so you'll hear mixed with all of the random video sounds, cries for pizza. I hate to be the one to tell him this, but he's not going to get pizza. That's not where I want it. Over here. Two more stitches. Oh, the pizza's on his show. I see. There, we have a 0. Get this tied off. We'll move on to the next 2. So when tying it off, what I'm really doing is just taking the needle and sliding it through the loops on the back. Because I have all these little loops on the back. So what I do is I just slide the needle through it. And you don't have to tie it. Those little loops will just hold it down. Then you just cut it. And you move on. Floss is getting kind of short, so I'll go as long as I can on the next 2, but then I'll probably, it's going to get in my way and be irritating, so let's make that a little shorter. Okay. On to the next 2. So this one has a gap of 2 up here. That's 1, that's 2. This is where we're going to start. The top of our 2. Right there. We're going to go 3 across this time. Like the 0 where we only did 2. Give a little bit of a tail. Feel our way around the back. There it is. How about with the tweezers? Buddy Bear, I think it's been more than a minute. Did you ask for a minute?
Apple. Apple.
We have apples if you want an apple. But I think that Mommy wants to take you places, and I think that those places want Mommy to be there at a certain time. So if you're just sitting there and stalling, you're gonna make Mommy late. You wanna, hey Buddy Bear, before you start a new video. Hey, no, I think Mama wants to go somewhere with you. Can you pause? Buddy Bear, can you pause? Vlad and Nikki are really cool. Can you pause?
Pause, please.
Cooper. Good
I'm
boy.
gonna take you somewhere fun.
You're gonna go jump on bouncy houses?
It's Spider-Man, and there'll be animals.
Spider-Man and animals. You already asked for a minute. No more minutes. Buddy bear.
Get the allure of the.
Buddy bear.
Back and watch some more Vlad and Nikki later.
Why don't you go put on some super cool clothes and go bounce in the bouncy castle? That sound fun? Oh, good boy. Thank you. Hop off. Yeah.
Let's go have some fun.
Sorry. Oh, are you hiding? He's buried in the couch with his blankie now. Oh, to be 3. No, I don't want to have fun. Fun is for losers. Only losers have fun. Have fun, you two. I'm going to do one more stitch to try to control this tail, and then I'm going to cut it off. So weird without the background noise of that computer. I kind of want to put on like Spotify or something on these. This is kind of like light background music, so I'm just not sitting here just quietly stitching to myself. I wonder if I'm allowed to do that. Is that bad streaming etiquette? To just listen to music while doing this? Can't imagine it would be. Y'all wouldn't hear it. Oh. We're going to do the bottom of the 2 here. That hole right there. And 4 stitches across. So I'm on the bottom of the 2 doing the half stitches across the bottom of the 2. Yeah. I just need to go back. Go back over all of it. There's one. But pretty soon here, I'm running out of thread, so I'm gonna have to splice in some more, which is a big deal. That's part of the game. You won't be able to tell from the front at all that I've spliced it in. It all happens on the back. Being a bit of a bear. There it is. That one looks funky there. I did something bad. What's this? Got like a loose piece of floss or something. Maybe I can trap it. It look better here. So I'm gonna switch. I'm out of floss, so I'm gonna get a new one. What happened there? I'll show you here in a half a second. I'll hold it up. See if you can. So right. So hard every time I try to. Right here. I got a weird thing going on right there. But I think if I do it right, I might be able to just kind of trap it and clean it up, kind of hide it. Let's see. Well, that's not the way to do it. There. And what's that do? Not right at all. Okay, hold on. Like that. Down like that. Voila. Oh yeah, I cleaned it up great. Okay. Now we've got these tails we got to deal with. Crap. So that's the tails trapped under one loop. I'll do like 2 or 3 more for good measure. Once I find the hole, I need to get back up through it. There it is. Loop on the back. I just unthreaded my needle. Thank God for needle threaders, without them lost. Use this magnet too. This love it. It just keeps things from running away from me and getting lost, and it's easy to grab them too. Okay. The splicing new stuff in and fixing little things is what really takes the most of the time when doing a cross stitch. You get a really nice rhythm going, and then gotta deviate from it. Now, this one last loop here. Take good stuff here. Going to grab it all. A little backhand action. Yep. Okay, now I'm going to snip it. Oh, sorry. There. My little pile. I'm stitching this mask right when I'm hearing that the CDC is going to start considering rolling back mask requirements, but I am just hedging a little bit and assuming that, you know, the last time they rolled back mask requirements, we got hit with Delta variant. I'm sure that we are not all the way done with masks yet, so I'll get this stitched up just on the off chance that I need it. And even if I never do, it'll be a nice little thing that I've done, a little display piece. Yes. Okay. 2022 done. We got all this. It's great. So now I am going to I'm not going to tie off or anything. I'm just going to jump to the next 2. So to do that, I will travel underneath some of these stitches just to get to the end of the letter, or to the end of the number. Little transportation. Because, okay, so what I just did is the thread came out the back of the mask over here on the left side of the two, and my next stitch is going to be over here on the right. So what I did is on the back I slipped the needle under the backs of these stitches in order to get it closer to over here, so I don't have this loose loop of thread hanging out back there. Okay, so gap of 2. I'll put this headphone all the way back on, not hurting anybody. Okay, there's nothing coming out of these headphones, really just comfort headphones. Hey, exciting to be almost done with the 2022. It'd be awkward if I got to the end of this and realized, oh crap, it's not 2022. One thing to write the date wrong on a piece of paper, it's another thing to stitch it wrong. But I am reasonably certain that it is 20. Right there. Okay, so I've been doing this for 53 minutes now. And at the end of this, I'm going to count the number of stitches I have. See how many stitches per minute it equals. I wonder if there'd be a way. I mean, so I have a way with a foot pedal to like count stitches as I do this. I wasn't going to do it for this. But I wonder if there'd be a way to like live calculate my rate, like a running average of my stitches per minute rate. And then have it display. That sounds like a level of programming that is like right on the edges of what I might be able to do. And I certainly would not be doing it in the correct or most efficient way. But I think I could probably do it. There we go. Our way to the bottom of this too. Four more half stitches, then we'll go back, and then we'll be done with the white mask. I broke one of my normal rules, which is never start with white. Always do white last, because white gets dirty. But the thing about this mask is like the whole bloody thing gets dirty eventually when you're wearing it, and I throw it in the washing machine. So, you know, it's not something I'm going to frame and really want to be protective of. So it's fine to start with white and get it a little dirty. And by dirty, I mean like just from my hands. Just the oils on your hands, touching and manipulating it can really goober up a cross stitch. That's why I always wash. My number one rule of cross stitch is always wash your hands before you start stitching. I always, without fail, it's the number one thing that I hold myself to with cross stitching, even if I don't want to, is always wash your hands before you start to cross stitch. That's frustrating. I'm gonna have to splice in some new floss. Oh, maybe, I don't know. There's not a lot of stitches left. I might be able to get through this. Let's see. I'm gonna try. And I'm right at the end though. Because I don't have like an extra piece of white laying around. I'd have to like take more off the bobbin. That just seems silly when I'm this close to the end. One took a little longer to find. Okay. Only 4 more half stitches. Get it, guys. Maybe. Harder to flip the needle around back there. Here, please. Yes. Thanks. Two more. Can I do it? I think I can. Lost a oh crap. I lost one of the 3 strands. So this is just me being silly. I really should splice in a new piece, but I just don't want to. So what I'm doing, poking the needle through, then threading the floss onto it. Being very careful not to lose individual strands like I just did last time. Okay, so I also like when you come up through the front, you don't want, or come up through the back, through the front. You don't really want to split strands. Like you don't want to come up in between the white threads on the front. You want to come up next to them or through the same hole. All right, got it. Not the most gorgeous thing I've ever done. I got this weird I'm really excited that I haven't dipped my head into frame yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, I gotta like really go for it if I'm dipping my head into frame. That's good. That was a problem I had with my last setup, was the overhead camera was positioned in a way that it was really easy to accidentally get my head into frame. But I've kind of changed my setup around a little bit and made that more difficult to really do. Yep, so now I'm just sliding this needle across the back of the piece or to this all off. I will trim it, and then I got some fun stuff I can do. Fun, you know, cross stitch levels of fun. Okay. Check it, make sure I didn't miss any stitches, make sure everything is correct and symmetric. It appears to be. So now it's safe to say that anything below this 2022 is redundant. Like this stitch holding this, don't need that. Gone. And then I can kind of accidentally cut the mask. These are really, really sharp scissors, so I gotta be careful. Yep. That all the way up. Oh, let's see. Hours awake. I should probably update that. I've been awake since, I want to say 6:30 this morning, and it's coming up on 10:30, so let's just change that to 4. Have the technology. Let's see here. If you guys can see the 4 yet, now you should be able to. There it is. Okay. So now, so it looks like, looking at this, you know, that 2022 is pretty far away from over here. But when we look at the pattern, if I might zoom out a little bit, yeah, the other stuff is going to extend almost twice as far. So it's going to get out to like, I think the end of it's going to be around here, which is exactly where I was expecting it. So now I think I'm going to do the this color here, which is going to look super awesome. This is Campus. It's bothersome. Okay. Well, now that I'm connected to my phone, I can listen to a little music. Oh, it's 10:14. There's my son. Get that out of frame. All right. I said Spotify earlier just because that seems to be like what everybody does, but I'm more of a YouTube music kind of guy. I'll turn this down nice and low. Kind of background music. Oh, also, we've discovered stickers in my home. So, we have stickers. Wow. Great. Nice work. Listening to Fall Out Boy today, ladies and gents. All right, I have never stitched with this stuff, and from what I can tell, I think it's going to be kind of like a mix between. Oh, let's go more. I think it's going to kind of be like a mix between like the metallic floss and a normal floss, meaning it won't be as gritty as a metallic floss. It'll have that, it'll be kind of smooth like a normal floss. But I can tell already, look, see how the strands are already pulling apart? Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, so normal floss, the strands kind of stay woven together. But this does not. The strands are like leaping apart from each other. So that is part of what makes stitching with the metallic floss a pain, is just the strands don't naturally stay together. They try to twist apart, and you are constantly battling that. But I think the battle is made worse by the fact that it's got like gritty bits of glitter on it, which is not something I'm going to have to fight with here. All right, well, at least it's still 6 and 6, right? Goodness. This is like the curse of cross stitching, which is like the cooler and more badass the color, like the more obnoxious it is to stitch with it. So I might have to just pull out individual strands and then kind of like weave them together myself, which is so much against what I normally do. So there's 2. Let's see, this may be a bad idea. I've never worked with this stuff before. I'm sure like if I were to go onto YouTube, they'd be like, here's how you work with this so that it's super duper easy and you'll never have a problem with it. Yeah, that's not me right now. Okay, so there's 3 strands, which normally, like I said, for any other type of floss, those 3 strands, these 3 strands would be like together by themselves. I wouldn't have to pull them off individually here. So now I've got them grouped. You can see they still are like very much 3 distinct threads. But we'll just see. See how it goes. I mean, obviously they won't look bad once they're stitched in because they'll all be pulled together through the holes and whatnot. But for now. Okay. So, got to look at our pattern. So I want to start at the bottom of the C. So I want to start right here. If you look where my cursor is on the pattern. And my only reference right now is this 2 right here. So the 2 has 3 on the top, right? There's 3 stitches on the top of the 2. My beginning stitch, this is the one I want to start with, this stitch here, is centered above the 2. And there is a gap of 16. See this 16 here? So there's 16 spaces between the top of the 2 and the bottom of the C. And so the way I typically do this is I start at the top of the 2 here. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That. Okay. All right, so then before I go any farther, number one rule is count again, just to make sure I didn't do something dumb. So step one, is it centered above the 2? Yes, it's centered above the 2. Then I want to make sure that there's a gap of 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so we are good to go. So we're going to do the 2 stitches on the bottom of the C. Get that centered up on my pattern here. There we go. That's what I like to see. And we will see just how, I mean, it's already just having these separate strands is already being kind of a mess. Because I'm not locking down one tail, you know, I'm locking down these 3 squirrely nightmares. We'll get it though. Okay. Getting it, getting it. This is the part of cross stitching, like I don't really mind. Like I imagine other people would be like, "Oh, it's just, you know, like I just want to stitch. I don't want to have to like deal with all this extra nonsense." And while I get that, I also kind of like pride myself on my patience with like material objects and things like that. So I don't mind taking a little extra time to just kind of do some management on the back here. All right, so I've done the bottom 2. Now I'm going to go back over them. Yeah. I think this is going to look super, super awesome. This is a very cool color. Yeah, we won't be able to see it in its true glory until I dissolve this backer, but I think the biggest thing here is to avoid tangling the strands as you're pulling them through. Unless you kind of usher them through, you know, they could get caught or snagged or twisted or tangled. There we go. All right, we got 2 stitches. Look at that. The word campus is coming together. Now we're going to work our way up the C. And let's turn my grid back on so I don't have to try to guess. 3. By the way, I'm sure that some of you, if you cross stitch with paper patterns. Man, cross stitching with a digital pattern is life changing. There. Yeah. Cross stitching with a digital pattern is life changing because you can pan around, you can select, you can click, you can count. It's just, you can toggle the colors. Even if I buy a paper pattern, which doesn't happen very often, one of the first things I do is convert it to digital. And there's cross stitch software. You know, there's several. Pick your own. It's one of this here, KG chart is one of the few pieces of software I've ever actually spent money on. Like, I used it for a while free, and I liked it so much I was like, I'm gonna buy this. All right. So I finished the half stitches for the C. And now I'm going to finish the stitches by doing all of the backslashes. Been referring to like back and front forward slashes. That's just like, you know, stitches are X's, right? I want more showing over here. I don't know how to do that. I want you to be able to like see the tools. I don't want them getting in the way. Where should I put them? There, there, there. That. Yeah, that'll work for now. Okay. And then just one more half stitch. Then I am ready to jump over to the A. Oh yeah, baby. Look, a C. On. Woo, a C. Fingers are starting to cramp up just a little bit. Yep. Okay, so now I need to do the A. I think I will start on the bottom here. Blah, 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 blah. There. So the bottom, like I said, I count gaps. So the bottom of the A is flush with the bottom of the C, and I have a gap of 2. So that would be right here. Yep, that's it. And there's 3 across on the bottom of the A. I'm going to use the bottom of the A to capture a little bit more of the tail from when I started the C. And then I'll snip it off. There it is. Okay. And see, even when I set my needle down, I set it on that magnet. Accidentally whacking it away. There we go. And 4 up. That's number 3. Okay, there's 4 up. I go across. And then just one of the things I'm always doing when I'm stitching is I'm just checking my relative position to the stitches that already exist. So, you know, I went up on this A and I'm going across now. I just want to make sure the stitches that are going across the top of the A should be one row below the top of the C. And they are. So the top of the C is higher up the fabric than the top of the A. And there should be 3 stitches on the top of the A. And come back down the left side of the A, 2 stitches. And that will be the end of the half stitches for the A. And then I just have to come back and do the full stitches. And the cool thing about that is that once you've got all the half stitches, you don't even have to look at the pattern because you just go back over the pre-existing stitches with, uh-oh, I just got crazy. Oh, crap. Show you what I did here. I accidentally went through the edge of the mask. That's no good. That, oops. All right, where did I leave off here? Okay, so that was after all of the half stitches. So now I'm going back and doing my full stitches. Right, there's where I want it. Yep, perfect. Didn't spear the trim on the mask. Been a bit of a trick. That should do it. 2 more half stitches, and I believe we are done with the A. I got a loop back here that's... See, this is what you run into with these strands. See how I have like this mystery loop here? That's just a single strand that didn't get pulled through as much as the other ones. There it is. Which means now, you can see it at the end of the needle. One of those threads is shorter than the others. Just need to make sure that all of these threads have the same. That's one of the struggles with the individual strands. You can end up with one at a different tension or at a different length than the others. Rubbing my face like that, that's another huge cross stitch no-no. I just got all the oils from my face onto my hands, and now I'm touching the piece. But like I said, this is going to go through the washing machine and literally be on my face. It's a mask, so I'm less worried about it. Oh God. It's pulled in nothing. All just stuck. One of the other things I'm struggling with is like, so this edge here, show you too really. It's like serrated. See how it's got like little peaks, like the top of a chain link fence, and so every once in a while I'll pull the thread through and it'll catch on that, and it'll fray it. So I end up with these little, you can't see these, I guarantee it, but you end up with these little stringy, fluffy bits of this pink stuff because I'm shredding it against that edge, which is frustrating. I just hope that, you know, when you stitch it and you pull it in there tight, that you can't see that it's been damaged. Okay. All right, CA is done. M. Let's do the M. The M is a funny one. Normally I would go like up and over, or I'd like go up and then down and up and down. But I'm going to treat the M as a series of rows, which is unusual. Or at least, you know, it's different than how you would draw it with like a pen. I'm basically going to go along the bottom row, skipping every other spot, and then come back. Then do the second row, skipping every other, and then come back, etc. If you don't know what I'm talking about, or if I'm not describing it well, you'll see in just a half second here. Honestly, I could go all the way into the P, which probably will. See, to get too philosophical about this, but you get stuck on these hang-ups of doing individual letters. Treat it as like a shape, like as if you didn't even know letters. So I can do the bottom of the M and then the bottom of the P in one go. So it's like 3 dots and then a sequence of 3. Then on the way back, I'll pick up the bottom tail of the P. All these hang-ups we have about letters and writing and all that, just treat it as like an esoteric shape and just stitch it in a way that makes sense. so I've done the bottom row. So the equivalent of, let's see. If you look at the pattern, I just did those stitches. So now I'm going to do the next row up. Let's get that grid back up there. Then I need to skip 2 here. So I'm almost done with the second row here. All right, so the legs of the M's are 3 high, so we're going to do the exact same thing again. All right, and the same thing on the P. Just putting stitches right on top of the stitches we did last time. By on top, I mean don't, like, not physically, like, I mean above them, like one row above, not on physically stitching on top of existing stitches. There's a struggle to think of an instance where you would need to or want to. right back at the beginning of COVID when I stitched my first mask. I stitched Baby Yoda. His name had not been revealed yet, so I stitched Baby Yoda onto a mask. And put a picture of it on the internet, and oh my god, you've totally rendered your mask useless with all those holes and everything. And it's like, man, people's feelings about efficiency and efficacy of masks has changed since March 2020. It's like, in my opinion, I am not really poking holes in it because the holes I poke are immediately filled by thread, and then by the time it gets washed and everything, there's like nothing. But even then, like, people don't even put masks over their nose. You're whining about a few extra pinpricks and a cotton mask I bought on Etsy. Like, let's be real here, folks. Let's see here. Now we're gonna do the top of the M and the top of the P. It's fun. Did 2 letters at once. Didn't even break a sweat. I've kind of not been showing the back of this because I'm a little ashamed about the amount of floss you're gonna see. Like, so normally my paths, like the routing I do, which holes I pop through and everything is very efficient, but it requires a little more flipping back and forth and finessing and whatnot. And I'm kind of just speed demoning it through here because I'm not as focused on the back. But as a result, like you'll see when I flip this over, there's a lot of oh, I don't want to stitch there. Shoot. Well, now I have to flip it over because I gotta do this stitch. You're gonna see a lot more pink. Yeah, see how much there is? I don't usually like to have that much. Put it back in there. Sorry, I went 1 stitch too far on the top of the M. I was just in autopilot cruising along. My stomach growling. Here, let's trick it into thinking I'm giving it food. Cold K-cup coffee out of a Menards coffee cup. Some good stuff. That is a taste I associate with woodworking. I feel like whenever I'm out in my shop, the coffee has gone cold. It just needs a little bit of sawdust in there to really get the full effect. Like I should be building cabinet drawers instead of cross-stitching. All good though. I do the top of the P only gets 3 stitches. Just gotta be careful I don't do what I just did with the M and just get stitch happy here. I need 1 more here. And these are all the half stitches, so I'll do these half stitches. I'll go back and do the full stitches on top of them, or I'll do the the back stitches, the back slashes on top of these. Loose, squirrely. It's definitely a fine motor skill activity. It lends itself well to people who grew up doing Rubik's Cubes and origami. In other words, 70% of IT admins. That was a totally baseless assumption. But I feel like if you're at MIT and you go up to a random student and ask them if they, during their childhood at some point, did origami and Rubik's Cube, you'd get most that did at least one of those. Throw in a string or woodwind instrument that requires fine motor skills and you'll get almost all of them. I wonder what the most common, like, traditionally fine motor skill activity among MIT undergrads is. Like, what can everybody bond with? So this pink thread here is getting a little thrashed, kind of losing its luster. So when I finish this, I'll have I'll have quite a bit left, but I'm probably going to retire this strand. Grab my next round. The other thing I love about cross stitching is it's such an affordable hobby to get into. Like the colors, depending on where you are and what color. Like so these fancy bright colored ones were like $1 each and last forever. But like normal colors are like 60 cents each. I can afford hobbies like that. Better than skydiving, my last hobby. Good lord. Talk about a money trap. It's catching on all this and it's just kind of dreading it. Best to hold it all together here for this one last stitch. All right, I have stitched the word camp. Let me get this. Whew. Look at all that. That is a lot of pink. I do not normally. At some point, I want to show you guys the back of cross stitch that's not on a mask. Okay, this trash. Let's look at the word camp, shall we? That's nice, right? I like it. The cool thing about that now, it still needs the last 2 letters, but I'm anxious. Let's get rid of that. Huh? Now I can get rid of this stuff on the end. It's been about an hour and 41 minutes. Made some pretty serious progress on this. I think I'm gonna try to finish this in this recording. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot left and we'll see. Second batch of this pink stuff here. I'm gonna push all that scrap off to the side. If anyone wants to see the scrap, just shout and I'll drag it back in. Stomach growl means coffee. Oh, can you see in the coffee? Ooh. All right, so I need to do the US. So I'm going to follow a similar strategy here. So I'm going to treat the U and the S as one single letter. Let me get that a little centered. No, I can't. It's about as centered as it gets right now. I have a. Well, here, let's try this. Do. Can you see that? Yep. Now I can move it. There it is. All right, so I'm going to treat the U and the S as one letter. So starting at the bottom of the U, that's a gap of 3 from the P. That's 1, 2, 3. We'll do it. Double check it. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Always. I'm gonna pre-trim this a little bit because there's just no need for all this tail, and it'll make it a little more manageable. There. So the bottom of the U has 3 stitches, but then I need to skip a square. You can see here I've done the 3 stitches on the bottom of the U. Do 3 dots, but then I need to skip 1 and head over to the S. Here. And the S has 3 as well. Uh-oh. I pulled one of the strands of my tail through. I think that tail's captured enough. I'm going to snip it off. There. Then I'll come back. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do the S. Let's do the S. And then we'll go back and do the U at the end. This is part of the fun part of cross-stitching, which, you know, says something about the types of things I enjoy, is just deciding where I want to go and which parts I want to do. And in what order. Like a route planning, or efficiency versus elegance. Okay. Got those 2 stitches, and then I need the one, the upper left of that. Right here. Oh, that's gonna look hideous on the back. Please don't judge me. Quite the leap. All right, just a quick double check. 3, 2, yep. 2, yep. And then do 3 more. Come on. Where is it? There it is. Hey, now I can finish up the S. And once I'm done with the S, I'll do the two like uprights of the U. This part. Gotta kind of quote unquote thread the needle here. There's a very specific spot I'm trying to come up between three different plus. That'll do it. That's acceptable looking, I think. I'll take it. Ooh, that stitch came out. Didn't need that. So the water soluble substrate now is no longer tacked on with those initial white stitches. Oh, I just pulled that straight out, didn't I? Thanks. Okay, let's try that again. Sorry, I went back down through a hole that I'd just gone through, so that's what happened there. Along the bottom of the S now. This feels really messy. Let's look at it. It's a little lumpy, but I don't think it's too bad. I think people will get the gist of it. It'll soften up with age. Okay. Now we're going up the U here. We're going to go up till we're flush with the top of the P. Then I'll go all the way back down this, all the way, a few stitches. I'll go down, then I'll jump over. There it is. Before I undo this, yep, that's all of it. So let's get this under here. And I am just going to scrap the rest of that because it is quote unquote used. So there, my little scrap pile. It's cute. Inside of mask, you can see white, pink. On the outside, it says campus in 2022. Now I just need to stitch preview weekend on there. What next? What next? What next? If I do weekend, that will get me all the way across. And it's the letters are like really dense, you know, like there's I guess there's three like between the bottom. I was thinking like what I could do stitching wise is I could stitch across the whole bottom, kind of do what I just did for the U and the S, is stitch all the way across the bottom, then do the next row, and just work my way from bottom to top. I do have some issues here with the D, the K, and the W extend past that baseline there. Not the baseline, whatever the top of the letter is. I'm sure there's some font term for that. Maybe I just do it anyway. Just go all the way across the bottom. So that means I'm going to be using this color here. S995. Set the mask aside for a bit because we're going to be wrangling strands. I can tell already. The amount that I pull off is just based on experience and gut feel. Like over the years, I know about how much I feel comfortable pulling through the fabric at a go and just kind of figure it out. I don't have good advice. 18 inches is what I say, but I have no idea how long this actually is. Okay, so I got all my strands here all laid out. I'm going to just try to stick with how they're naturally falling apart here. So it looks like if I separate it like that, I'm not going to be too upset. We'll find out. Nice and slow for this part. You got to give it a chance to kind of unwind as you pull the strands apart. Don't be in a hurry. See how much it's twisting? If you try to jerk and do this fast, it won't be able to unwind fast enough and it'll catch. My arms aren't quite long enough. There we go. So now I'm just kind of straightening it all out, letting it untwist. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing where the strands don't want to stay twisted together, so I'm basically going to have to keep them twisted together, which is fine. I will say that this stuff, while more irritating than traditional floss, is way less irritating than the metallic sparkly floss. So, okay, I would use this in a heartbeat over the metallic stuff. Okay, we're going for the word weekend. Let's get it all centered up on the pattern here so we know what we're looking at. Looks pretty good. Okay, so we're going to start with the bottom. So, per our normal thing, it's centered on the 2 with a gap of 2. Good enough. stuff squirrely back here. Leave a nice long tail so I can have plenty to grab onto and manipulate when I capture it. So it's the W, right? So I got to skip one because I'm on those two little nubs on the bottom. Sorry, it's just at the beginning. I think I mentioned this before, but like all the prep work at the beginning just takes time. Okay, so then I need to jump quite a bit. 3. I need to jump 3. Right? Let's see. All right, gap of 3. Let's hope so. That's 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, nailed it. All right, now we got to do the 2, the bottom of the E. Then another gap of 3. Then 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's perfect. Okay, and now I need to jump 2 to get to the K. Okay, the two nubs on the K, and then another E, so a gap of 2. Okay, I think I gotta start trimming this back here. It's getting a little. There. W E E K E. So now it's just the N and the D. And then a gap of 2. There's where I want. And then 3 in a row, baby. The D, I'm going up the back of the D here, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back down. So what this will let us do now is fully trim off all this water-soluble junk, because I will have stitched now to the extents of the pattern. I've gone all the way to the left, all the way to the right, all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. So I can cut off all this extra, and it'll just be that much less I'm having to work around. right, working our way back. Working our way back along the bottom row. And then when we get there, I'm gonna take a break and trim off this extra stuff. Very satisfying. As always, going back is way faster because I don't have to look at the pattern. I can just go. I'm also out of coffee, which is kind of an unacceptable situation. Okay, so look where my thumb is right now. See where my thumb is? Oh, it's like right on the white 2022. This is why you don't stitch white first, because my thumb is just grinding oils into that. And you know, when you're done with the cross stitch, you want to clean it, but you also don't want to set yourself up for failure. You want to keep it as clean while you're doing it as possible. For really big pieces, what I'll do is I'll actually like take a piece of just like white cotton fabric and stitch it over work like parts I've already done as kind of like a protective barrier. But for something this small that again is going to get thrown in the washing machine dozens of times in its life, I'm not as worried about it. Hey. Let's trim some of this off, shall we? There. It's starting to look a little better. Hmm. Oh, look at this. Look what it's time to update. There it is. This would probably be easier if I were younger. Look at me, the 33-year-old complaining about being old. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to look up some of those like stretches you can do like in your chair. Sit and be fit. One of my favorite OPB channels, Oregon Public Broadcasting for the win. Okay, let's do the second row here. Gap of 3. One. Okay, now gap of 3 over to the K. Means it'll be on top of this guy here. And then 3 in a row on the K. It's cool. Gap of 2 and then 2. This is way faster than going by letter. It's a little grosser on the back, but gap of 3 and then 1. Oh, right above, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Second row has half stitches. Looks like a code almost. Now we'll go back and we'll put the full stitches on it. Come on. I'm trying to get up. Between a few threads. That's gonna be gross. No one look at this part when the mask is done. It won't look bad, it'll just look blech. Hey, second row's done. Okay, third row. Doesn't look too bad on the back. Little strip of blue. All right, so then the E's are new now. One, then a gap, then two. We're making a little hole in the E. M on the K. All right, two on the K I gotta do. Here's the first. Here's the second. Okay. Gap of two, and then, oh no. Yeah, gap of two, and then another E. So many E's in the word weekend. Where'd you go? There you are. And second part of the end coming up here. Starting to look like the word weekend. Gonna write back across to finish the stitches. Bit of a knot there. And low on this blue here. I want to swap it out here soon. Where are we? This is the second E. Then move on to the first E. And I'm going to consider swapping in a new thing of thread. It's getting a little short and a little frayed. So I'm on the first E now. Pretty rough. On the middle of the W. Beginning of the W. All right, let's get this tied off. Sweet. I've done the bottom 3 rows of weekend. So if you look at the pattern here, I have done this here. It's hard to see, huh? It's easier to see. I've done that part. So now, 2 more rows. Doing a little. Actually, you know what I'm doing? I'm going to do it all in one. So I'm going to do the W. Yeah, I'm going to just, it's one more pass down. And then we're good. And then we're done with that, the work weekend. Okay, so that first rung of the W is done forever. Now we have a loop here, presumably, like a loop. We're going to tuck this tail into it. Fighting these strands, bugger. They all have a mind of their own. There we go. There it is. It's tucked under. Okay. W, the top of the W is 2/3 of the way done. Okay. So the E, need to put a little lid on the E. Which is easy enough. I think I'm going to trim off this tail after this part here. There it is. That should do it. Ah, all right, that E has a cap on it now. Now let's put a cap on the next E. Because the word weekend has a million E's. Yep. Is Now we're cruising. We're going to be done with the word weekend here really quick. Real quick. Right. So the word K, or the letter K, got to go up 2 here. So we'll get over here, and it's going to be kind of like the W on weekend, where we got to go up a little higher. Because that's how K's work, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, there's the stem of the K, and then I gotta do a little doohickey out here for the K. No biggie. There, K is done. I gotta put a little lid on the E. Done this once or twice. Oh. Cast a lasso around my scissors over there. Yep, that's right. There, okay. Good. Alright, now the letter N. Oh, this is easy. Sweet. Gotta go across. Do that. Okay, and then the D, got a couple over here. I think just 2, yeah, 2, a couple. Okay. Alright, there's the D is done, and now we'll pop over to the N. The last few stitches on that bad boy. And the word weekend is done. And there's only one more word on this. Pretty cool. There it is. Hey. Like with the pink, I'm tossing that. Don't need it. Let's see. Weekend. It's pretty darn good. Yeah, that looks pretty darn good. I'm happy with that. Now let's get it up so you guys can see it. Okay. So now, this guy, preview. This one, because there's so much empty space on the word preview, you look at the pattern here, not nearly as densely packed. Probably going to go by letter. Go to the P, then the R, then the E, and then the blah, 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 blah. So, let's do our little thing we do at the beginning here, which is separate this into strands of 3. Pull. This part. Trying to keep everything from turning into a bird's nest here, but it's all got like a pre-twist to it. So you can see how much that spins as I'm pulling. There it is. Gorgeous. Okay. Then I just kind of that one off to the side. This one first. Okay. So I want my grid back. So, should be 2 above the W. Okay, I think so. Yep, that'll do it. I'm going to go all the way up. And that'll be how I capture this tail. Ah! Yep, this other one stuck to my arm. Okay, hold on. Oh no, this is a mess. Oh goodness. Alright, what do we got here? The loop. Aha, okay. The P is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tall. Alright, almost done with this tail. I'm going to do one more loop on it to hold it down, and then I'm going to trim it. Yep, that'll do it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta do 5, right? Yep. And 5 gets me within 2 of the C. Yay, all my counting was right up till now. It always sucks when you try to fill in the middle of something and you realize your counting was wrong or you made a mistake somewhere. It's really, and then conversely, it feels really great when it all lines up. So I'm doing 3 across the top of the P is what I'm doing here. And then I'm coming down with the 2, the front little bit of the P. I'll come back. All right, there's a P with half. Oh goodness, what is that? That's fuzzy. There's a P with half stitches. Look like a P? Yeah, it sure does. All right, so then we'll go back up and around the P. Finish off this. My strand's got a little off. Yeah, I think we're okay. Come in. Yeah. I'm a little lost here. Good. Not lost. This loop of floss, every time I kind of cast it off to my right, it tends to hook around things. So I just grabbed my mouse. Sometimes it grabs my scissors or my tweezers. Let's just kind of clear my workspace here. There. All right. I think I have like a weird little knot on the left of the P. That'll have to probably be cleaned up when I'm done. It's like underneath the water soluble stuff. It's like it didn't get pulled all the way through the fabric. I can probably fix that when I'm done. Unless there's a really easy way to do it now. Oh, I know what this is. Oh, that's so irritating. Okay, it's not a knot. It's like a twisted loop. So fortunately, it's pretty easy to like pull it out like that. There. But then I have like extra floss here on the outside that I have to pull to the back. Oh, there it is. I got lucky. Got super lucky. Okay. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. Oh, sorry for that little sidetrack. Better to fix that now than later. There was a little extra floss hanging around on the front side that didn't belong there. So I got it pulled over to the back and good when it's done. Okay. Okay. Where do we want to go? I think I want to go all the way to the bottom of the R here, which is even at the bottom of the P. It's going to be right here. That's it. So on the third rung up here, I'm going to go I'm going to do 2 stitches across for this R. There we go. And then I'm going to leave the R as half stitches actually, and I'm going to pop over to the E, which is a gap of 2 over. That one there. I think I'm going to do all half stitches all the way across the word preview. And then come back and finish it up. All right. Okay, so there's the E with its half stitches. I gotta do the V. Oh crap, did that wrong. All right, see? But didn't make it very far, so that's good. Mm-hmm. Now I just need to pull it out on the back, which I think is probably, yep, that one there. Okay. See, I went into autopilot. Okay, so on this V, I need to go where my little hand is here. I need to go up to the right. Go up. There. That's better. All right, now I go to the I. I think is there. No, is here. No, here. Yeah. Hey, there's that I. And jump over to the next little E here. One here. All right, now just a W. And then I've got the half stitches of the whole word. That's exciting. More half stitches, and then all I have to do is go back over these bad boys. But it should be enough for me to look at. There. Well, the glare's pretty rough. Can you see the word preview there? Yeah. It'll clear up as I do it. I think I might have enough. I'll go as far as I can with what I got. This gloss is getting just a hair fuzzy. Still looks good once it's tightened down and actually stitched into the crosses, but it's just kind of the water soluble substrate stuff, whatever it's called. It it's a plastic. It's like a polymer thing, so it abrades as just even as you're pulling through it. It's abrading the gloss. Over time, it just kind of fuzzes it. Almost done with the W. Just a few more. All right, W is done. Oh, hold on. There, W is done. Jump over to this E here, shall we? Knock this out. Yeah, I really like going back over and not having to constantly reference the pattern. It's a much more relaxed part. It is the more relaxing part of cross stitching. Those are words my brain was trying to make. It is. The E is done. Onto the I. I should go really quick. It's just 3 stitches. The I doesn't go quick. Something's gone horribly wrong. Two. Three. We'll work our way down the V here. Yep, down one side of the V, going up the other. Cruising along now, making it happen. I'm on an E. This one's gonna be how to get up through a very narrow. There it is. Okay, I gotta jump over to the R. It'll be done. The R is just a fancy I, so that shouldn't be too bad. It is. Didn't miss any. So now thread it through here. There it is, guys. Campus preview weekend. So then the next thing is. Oh, it just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Oh, hold on. Guess what? Very scientific way of doing that. Not automated at all. Okay, so now I have another part of this mask. And this part's easy. It's over here. I need this stuff here. Yep, here it is. So this is a small little thing here. This is just 16 by 7. So let's count up about 12 on this thing. Yeah, it's just 14. I'm gonna just cut it all the way across here. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna lay this so that this is approximately like level here in front of me. And then I will just do my best to level this here. That. And then, yeah, I gotta tack it on just like last time. I'll grab some white. Be a lot. Separate this into strands. There it is. Now we've got that one. It's on, like, you can pivot, right? So now this next one is the important one because this next one establishes level. So it's kind of my ball in it here. About right. There we go. Okay. I think just 2 will work for this. Hey. Don't need all this extra. Now we need the colors. So if I recall, these colors, 817 and 3362. Let's see what we got. I'll stop this bad boy here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Do we have an 817? Oh, yeah, we do. There's an 817. 3362. Yikes. It's black. The dark gray, right? Like, ultimately, I'm looking for a dark gray. Light gray. Ooh, this looks promising. 413. $535. I think I like this one more. So I will update this. So we're doing what? 413? You can't see what I'm doing right now, sorry. Just bear with me. I'm updating the pattern to match the colors I'm actually going to use. There. And saving it. Okay. Okay, so let's start with the red. Thank goodness. Going with normal floss instead of that satin stuff. I mean, the satin wasn't so bad, but, I will always prefer the normal stuff. Spreads apart so we All right, so now with the pattern, we got to get serious because this is just like the last time where you want to make sure that you place it such that you don't accidentally run off the edge or something. So we're looking at a total of 16 across. The easiest way to make sure we don't run off the edge is to start with the T and work our way towards the M. Maybe I'll just do that. So, best way to start with the T here is right here, probably. Why not? Yeah, let's just go right here, see what happens. Oh, gosh darn it. Hold it all the way through. Bad. There we go. Okay, so that actually helps now because I've got it pinned down there. So now I can do all of my half stitches. I'm going to do all the half stitches for this. How many up? 4 up, so I've done 2. All right, so this will be these 2 half stitches will be the end of the stem on the T. I'm gonna do the cross member on the T. Really goes pretty quick once you've got it blocked out and started and have like a reference point, you know. Then you just kind of cruise along and do your thing. I gotta go 4 out on this one. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna jump over to the dot on the I. Come on. Where's it? There it is. Crap, that's not what I want to do. Pull that out. Tried to make a backslash instead of a forward slash. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, there's the dot. All right, so now we're gonna jump over to the M. We're gonna go across the top of this M here. I'm not gonna go down the individual legs yet. I think I want to do the whole thing in half stitches, and the best way to do that is to just go across the top here. If I take half stitches down like the long part of the leg, then the only way to get back up is to complete those stitches, and I don't want to do that yet. Be curious, I've stitched this MIT logo quite a few times, but I don't remember like the strategy I used each time, so be interesting to go back and see if I am consistent with my internal logic or not. along quickly though. It's good. I wonder, I picked a pretty dark gray for the stem of the eye, but this is a charcoal colored mask, so I wonder if I need to lighten it up a bit in order to give it that contrast that I need. Which I'm sure breaks some kind of branding rule, but no. Yeah. Yeah. And another row. See, the M is where most of the stitches are, so this is where I'm spending most of my time. Then the top 2 rows of the M. Work on the bottom 2 here. Or bottom 2. Working on the 3rd, but my way down the M. There's 4 rows just on the stem of the Y, or the middle. Tired. Only been awake for 6 hours and I'm already getting tired. What's that say for CPW? Lord. My goal for CPW is to stay awake and stitch as long as possible. Maybe the trick is just a constant flow of coffee and then not talking too much, because the less I talk, fewer stupid things I say. Yeah, that'll be the trick, I think. But who wants to watch a live stream where no one talks? Okay. All right, 4th row. So this will be the last of the half stitches for the middle. Okay, and now I just need to do 3 more below here. All right. Almost all the way down on this right side of the M. Come on, where'd you go? There it is. And going down the other side. Alright, so now I've finished all the half stitches for the red on the MIT logo. I am just going back over them now to complete the stitches. I'm working my way up this left hand leg. Okay, that's 3 rows. Almost done with this left side, and then I'll hold it up to the camera for you guys to see it here. There. Now I just got to do the rest of those half stitches there. I'm almost done at the middle of the M here, and I'll hop over and finish the right hand stem, which I have begun but need to complete. Okay, one more row at the top, 2 more stitches in the M, and then I'm done with the M. The I will go pretty quick because it's just a dot. My left hand is cramping up a little bit. Feel kind of like a lobster, stuck in one position. But it's a useful position, so I'm not too worried about it yet. All right, on to the dot of the I. Oops. Just threaded my needle. Okay, dot is done. Get over and finish up this T here. Shouldn't take too super long. Going across the top of the T. Okay, coming back. 4 more stitches and I'm done with the top of the T. And I will do the stem or base or vertical part or whatever you want to call it. I'm sure again, typography says that it's called something and I just don't know what that is. Oh god. My finger, I de-threaded the needle again. My finger behind sometimes will flick and knock the thread out. It's frustrating. Okay, down the stem. Here we go. It's gonna be great. Three more stitches. 1, 2, 3. All right. So now let's get this stowed away here. And then I want to look and see what the contrast is. See, it's very similar. I mean, you can see it, but I don't know. I feel like I want to go lighter with it. So let's see what we got here. That's the lighter color. Maybe a little too light, but I have a lot of is not really stocked up on here. I think I'm going to do this. 169. It looks like I've already split off a strand that will be long enough. So I've already split off 3 that will be long enough to do this, which is great. Just one less thing to worry about. Let's knock it out. I mean, we're talking about 8 stitches here, so let's just hook through it. Close, guys. So close. Half stitches are almost done. Half stitches are done. 8 more half stitches and I am done with this mask. It only took 4 hours. It's good. That's a really good time study. So I can look at how long this took, how many stitches I got done, and I can do some math. Figure out how many stitches per hour I typically knock out. And this is like a worst case, right? Because this is weird floss, weird substrate, weird everything. So it'll be slower than normal. Four more. There's one. There's two. There's three. And there's four. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all of it. Okay. So let's do some housekeeping here. Put this leftover back onto the bobbin. Let's put this red leftover back onto the bobbin. Okay. And then I ended up using 169 for my gray, so I want to go into my pattern here. Change it to 169. That lightens it up there. Perfect. Hey guys, guess what? I have, well, let's, got these little white stitches we got to cut off here. Okay. Little tack stitches. Yep. And I can trim this. Alrighty. MIT on this side, campus preview weekend on that side. Look at that. And with that, I'll call it a day. Call this live stream over. Over. I gotta figure out how to stop it. I don't know how to stop it. Let's see. Here's a button that says stop streaming. I'm gonna hit it. Thanks all. That's it. One mask done. Stopping the stream.